Hello, 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 hello. So today we will indeed be continuing the Mount Anakila hunt and also the Galarian Dharmaka. We'll be doing that indeed. The good thing is that again Galarian Dharmaka is the Pokédex recommended thing. So we should be seeing it more. It should be working like that last time that I did check. What up? Let's see how many we can get done today. Indeed. Hopefully a decent amount. Hopefully a decent amount indeed. The usual has been around 800. I've been doing what? Let's see how things go. How many can be good and done, you know. You never know really what's going on. Always be depending on things. Into my usual spot in here. Starting off with the Darumaka, nice. You'll love to start with the one that you're actually looking for. Back to back, you say? That's pretty nice. Love to see that. Can we get the third one in a row though? Okay. Hilarious. Oh. No way, the fourth time in a row, right? Oh my. I mean, I don't mind seeing the target, but good, hilarious. There we go. There is something else in this round. And let's say that will be the only Darumagas that I will be saying for the next 20 minutes. Used all the luck already. And I do be quite glad to be seeing something else though. Even though they're not what I'm looking for, but it's still nice to say that there is something else. This wouldn't be mining, still the stone journey. It's pretty decent shiny indeed. Yeah, stone journey is most likely gonna be the last random one that I will be seeing. Considering that it is indeed a 2%. Oh. It's the same things, by the way, again, with the Pokédex recommended things. It's Capchu, Sneasel, and Snowburn. Plus the Darumaka. Darumaka is the only one of them that is a random one. All the other ones are visible ones. I will most definitely not be running into that Mr. Mime soon. Most definitely not. And I wouldn't be minding to be getting it. But then again, Dynamax Adventures is quite likely to be getting it in there. I did get the other one already there. But yeah, hopefully everyone's having a good day today. I'm an okay-ish day myself. Unfortunately, since it is like getting a little bit warmer in here, it's gonna be getting colder outside. It has been quite cold for last couple of days. It at least hasn't been like too cold. It's been definitely worse things that I have been having with this before. Starting to turn there. Yeah, I still think this is one of the best places though. Honestly, every single place in here is kind of the best, but at the same time kind of the worst. Because there's indeed bigger patches of grass, but of course there's more Pokemon's gonna be there. I think one of the places is that there is... There is 3 Pokemons there. Which wouldn't be the end of the world, but I like this. I like this small area. I might be, of course, be switching it out sometime. Maybe when I'm not doing Mount Lanakila. Maybe when I do be getting it done. Oh. Hmm? Sure. Sure, game. Of course, in both games now there's almost an immediate one. Will I be running into the snow when I get out of this? I'm pretty close to it. And again, the weird hitbox thing. Oh no, pressure. Whatever shall I do? I'm still so glad about the feature that in this game above the snow does it every single time do the snow warning thing. Since there is, you know, weather going on. I just find it so, as I said, I do be finding it so weird. Why did they change that? But then again, does it really matter? It would be failing anyways, technically in this game as well. It just doesn't even try to do it. It's very interesting. There's honestly a lot of those things in Pokemon games when you're just like questioning why did they change things. Because it just doesn't really make sense why they would be changing them. It's just the way that they were already, they did make somewhat sense, so there really is no reason to be changing it. Of course I understand like making things to be, I guess, more logical. There's no warning thing, like why was that changed? Not to be a thing anymore? I guess it's one of those things that I just find weird to be put away. It's kind of the same thing with me and if we would be getting rid of that ghost can run away from everything thing. I mean, in most situations I'm not actually gonna be using it for that. Like to be running away from things, but I just would find it very weird. It's just you know, it makes sense. Why you couldn't be like that, you know? Speaking of like snow warning being a thing, I think it would be pretty interesting if Absol, since it, you know, is said to be like in the spot when there is something bad happening and people think that it causes it, you know. I think it would be quite interesting if it would be having an ability that could be summoning either like hailstorm, thunderstorm, something along those lines. Or like Pokemon with that kind of ability anyways. Maybe it would be like cast form that is really like working with the weather. It could be, you know, because it is randomly selected, it could be hard to be controlling each. Your advantage. But maybe there could be the thing that if you have like high enough friendship or something like that, then you could be having better control. It's not like friendship does weird things already in Pokemon games. So kind of why not to be adding another one? Another kind of weird thing. Could be interesting, could be interesting. I mean, that would be quite fitting for either legendary or mythical, though, more than like a random Pokemon. And then again, we do be having legendaries that do be controlling the weather quite drastically. Even though it would be only in special forms. But I don't know. Would be very interesting though. So I said before, it is always interesting what kind of cool Pokemons they can be adding in. I think I already mentioned it on Tuesday that I was playing, you know, a game and it did have a weird, like, soft locking thing going on. But thankfully I was able to get out of it, but it's just sometimes it is very interesting, like, why do certain like soft locks like happen in the first place. Because, you know, sometimes it's in that you need to be doing very specific things so the game, you know, breaks. But then, you know, sometimes you just really don't know. No one really knows what causes it. Kind of a thing. And then whatever it is not gonna be able to be fixed for years. It's more unfortunate for those kinds of things that actually like impact on the like, can you play the game thing? Can you progress? It just should be interesting sometimes. But then again, that game it's an indie game, so, you know, it is not going to be the best. It's not bad, but, you know, it's an indie game, so, you know, you can't be expecting it to be like perfect. I guess, you know, not that not that many people are working on it. Maybe not that much experience, you know. But yeah, apart from like those few things that I have been running into that game, which is like overall, it might be stopping for a few seconds. It's quite a nice game. And then again, I just think that it is either just a port from like PC, so, you know, it might not be optimized for consoles, or for whatever reason it just doesn't work too well on the newer generation things. Because that can sometimes be an issue. Thankfully it's not as big of an issue as it has been before, like, especially with PC, you can't really be playing like super old games on PC. Because literally sometimes the reason is that you have like too good computer. Which is unfortunate, of course, but at the same time it's kind of hilarious. I have too good of a computer. I can't play the game. But then again, sometimes there's the reason that your computer wants to be made, like, be safe and not let you be playing old games. Because you know, the old games, they weren't always the most secure ones. But then again, most of the older games, they weren't like online games, so they don't need to be the most secure games for that. I will say one thing that I have kind of never understood is that if we are gonna be getting some sort of a remake, why are some people like very upset that they need to be buying the game again? Like if they have played the original ones? It's like, you know, there, even though it's a remake, there most likely needs to be a lot of things changed. Because, you know, technology has changed. And stuff like that. It's just like, there's still a lot of work that needs to be done in order for the game to be working. It's not like it is the case that it could be like a free port thing. Most of the time, usually it is needed to be built up from quite nothing. Sometimes there can be more things to be like reused, but then again, most of the time it is indeed better to just be trying to do it from the beginning, not have anything. But then again, there's usually like there's still the thing that like level design, it has already been done, so you don't know, you don't need to be doing the level design again. So like there is at least some work done. Because at least most of the remakes that I have ever played, they are like very close to the original ones. Maybe, you know, a few things changed up. Maybe some things have been made more clear. Kinds of things. But yeah, usually at least the level design do be there. And the thing with me and remakes as well is that even though I have been playing like the original ones, I never try to like fully compare them together, you know? I try to keep them like fair bit apart from each other. I try to not to be too judgmental on the original ones because, you know, old games. And then on the newer ones, you know, I try not to like think too much about the original ones as well. Because I will say that I personally don't like, in most situations, if I have played the game before, I don't like one-to-one remakes. It's just my personal thing though. I just don't like, you know, one-to-one remakes. Because just, I don't know, it's just would be interesting to me to imagine like an like PS1 game, like to literally just be the same thing, maybe with updated graphics. Just feels wrong to me. And I will still say that probably I'm one of the only ones that did like PTSB because I didn't play the original one, so I didn't have anything to compare it to. And I will still say that I don't see them as bad games. Are they different from like what we are used to nowadays? Yes. But then again, they do be kind of faithful remakes. Speaking of faithful remakes, one thing that always like is hilarious to me is that when people are saying that, you know, PTSP are faithful remakes, one thing that never gets brought up, like why they aren't like truly faithful, is that they have fairy type. Of course, like why wouldn't they be having fairy type? But if they really would have been like very faithful, there would have been no such thing as fairy type. As weird as it would have been. But yeah, it do be what it do be though. uh. And I guess one thing as well where they are not too faithful is that the PTSP in normal gameplay it does run maybe a little bit faster than, you know, Diamond and Pearl. Of course there is the thing like why doesn't it lag as much as like some other games is because there is no such thing as like overworld Pokemons. And you know, it is pretty basic looking anyways. Then again, it was, you know, not really the beginning, but you know, was still, you know, simple times in that. It was the first Pokemon game on DS though, so Another Mr. Mime? Huh? There's 3 different Pokemon that are on the Pokédex recommended things. And Mr. Mime is the one that shows up. Interesting. What's it soon be the Dualodon instead? But yeah, to be interesting, to be very interesting indeed. As I said, I don't want remakes to be feeling like I'm playing just the same game with updated graphics. It's just a personal opinion, of course. Of course, I do be understanding the appeal of the remakes to be basically the same thing as they were already. It does kind of work in some situations, though. And I will say that there is probably some games that, you know, that are quite old and are kids games. If they would be remade, I would like to say that there might be some word adjustments, to say the least. Is this like the weird thing, like early 2000 like games, that there was certainly interesting things to be said for kids games? And of course, like when you're a kid, you don't really think about them. But like looking back, they're like quite interesting. They're quite interesting indeed. And sometimes you just question, how is it possible that, you know, it is meant for kids? And then again, things have changed. Things have changed, so... But yeah, there's definitely like few games that I would like if they would be getting remakes myself. Because like I could be playing them, you know. That's like my main reasoning why I would like to be getting remakes, is that, you know, I can be playing them. As I said before, the problem is that, you know, old consoles can be hard to be found, and then finding a working game as well. Not the easiest thing to do, unfortunately. Especially if you don't want to be paying like ridiculous amount of money. But yeah, the problem with sometimes with remakes is that, of course, like, you know, they're gonna be making it look like it's updated, like graphics wise. Which, you know, why not? Makes sense. Because I would like to say that the pixel things that we did have years ago, they are not gonna be looking as good with like the very good monitors, TVs, whatever things we have nowadays. And that is just the truth. So, like, as of course needs to be updated, but sometimes I do be missing though the roughness of old games. It is probably more for, you know, nostalgia than anything, but to be loving them. I do be liking a bunch of new games as well. One thing I will wonder though, because it has been like a thing for quite a good while now, the trying to look old kind of games, like it's mainly if they are like 8-bit games, kind of, you know. I wonder how long that will be lasting, because it has been like a good few years that it has been like a big thing. But I will say one thing about the about the 8-pixel things is that I don't most of the time still like the game is 2D, but there is like 3D elements. I just personally like that it's either 3D or 2D. I just don't like the weird like in between. I mean, I have been playing some games that do be doing that and don't think too much of it, but like if I can choose, I would be playing one or the other. I guess one problem that I have with those kinds of games is that usually, you know, the characters are like pixelated, and then like the background is more realistic. And it just feels like such a high contrast that I just don't like it. Because my problem with those is that most of the time the background is having very like harsh shadows that just doesn't go well with the characters for me. I think one of the worst things, by the way, that you can do with the 2D 3D mix thing is that trying to make like certain parts of the environment look like they are 3D even though they are like 2D. And then it just looks odd when you like move the camera around. It's just like you can clearly see that, you know, this is not a 3D thing. I mean, of course, the easiest fix for that would be that just like not make the thing to be moving with the camera. Because I was playing a game like a few days ago and like everything else looked fine, but there was like one rock that for whatever reason did go with the camera, and you know, it just looked odd. Like all the other rocks, they were like they were fine, they were like kind of, you know, glued to place. Then there was the one rock that just moved. It's just this very odd indeed. there's the stone shatter. There's one thing that I will say that I will almost always be complaining about in the game if it's done, in my opinion, badly, is depth. Especially if it's very important to the game. Like you would be knowing like what what the depth is currently. I mean, I will say though, I don't play too many like platform games where I personally see them to be the most important that they would be done correctly. It's still is the thing though. It is hard to be getting it to be the right thing. But it really throws me off if it's wrong. I not be getting sneasels. For a little while on the overworld. Mist overdose is really the best thing ever, but at least it's not a sneasel. It's easier to be dodging it. It's not like it's running towards you anyways. There we go. There's a bird outside. Of course, when the cat isn't looking outside, there's a bird there. The birds haven't been doing one thing recently, which is of course nice because it was very annoying when they did do it instead. They were pecking the window for whatever reason. Which I do be finding very weird. And yeah, thankfully they don't really do that anymore, indeed. What kind of stopwatch? They didn't do it for too long. I don't even know if this place even allows like us to be feeding the birds. I don't remember there to be a place, but then again, they might have added it at some point. You never really know. One thing that I will say that I don't like about bird feeding is that, you know, if you would be moving to somewhere and you're the kind of person that doesn't want to be feeding the birds, but the previous owner has been feeding the birds, you kind of have to continue doing it. It's just like one of those things that, like, it would be nice if you know, could just stop it, you know, yourself if you are not into that. Because it's just like, it is quite expensive at the end of the day. Or it can be quite expensive, it really depends on how many birds there are gonna be. It just would be nice, you know, that you could be telling the birds that you're not gonna be having food out yourself. And one thing that has always been a problem in every single place that, like, my parents have been living in, place my father is living in right now, is that squirrels are stealing, you know, the food. And, you know, it's not the easiest thing to be dealing with. Like, they haven't, like, other than, like, of course it's not meant for the squirrels, the, like, the problem that they really have with is that, you know, they be very messy and, you know, kind of wasting quite a good amount of each. And again, it really depends on where you live. Do you have what kind of wildlife nearby? In here, as I said, in every single place that my parents or my father is living in, in every single place that they have been feeding the birds, there has been always squirrels nearby. Speaking of that, there was a nice typo. I think I have talked about it before. It was a nice typo like 3 months ago on an ad in a store or like the price tag thing. That there was a, sunflower seeds meant to, for birds. And it was supposed to say that there is like 1 kilo of the thing, the sunflowers. But there was a typo, so it did just literally say that there is 1 sunflower seed and it weighs 1 kilo. Or no, it was 25 kilos. Jeez, I remember. Well, yeah, it's like ridiculous, that typo. Yeah, that's one thing. I mean, if that would be the case, you would need to only be buying 1 and it would be lasting for quite some time. 1 seed. But yeah, it is sometimes very ridiculous how cheap like certain like bird foods are that are literally in here, at least meant for like wild birds. Since winters are what they are, even though a lot of birds are used to it and some move out because it's winter. It's still hard to be getting things. It's still very hard to be getting things though. And it always to be depending also on like what kind of winter it is. Is it very snowy? Is it too cold, I just would kind of like to know, like, when did it start to become the thing to be feeding the wild birds? It's not like they haven't been able to survive before. Yeah, found their ways to be surviving anyways. Yeah, I will say one thing. I understand indeed the feeding the birds when it's winter, but I have never understood the thing feeding like ducks with bread. I've never understood that. I mean, it's mainly that there's signs everywhere that don't feed the birds. But anyways. Yeah, I don't think that I have ever been in the mind that I would even want to be like feeding like dogs with bread indeed. I don't know why, but it has always been strange to me why bread. It's not like bread is, healthy. It's most of the time not too healthy for humans either, but like especially for like something like a bird. quite a good amount of things in them. Well, yeah. Another thing that I have always been finding interesting about birds, since I did talk about the feeding thing for them, is the way that they make the nests. Like, it's so interesting how they have like been able to make them for so long. It's not like they are too simple anyways. Like they are structurally like quite decent. It's like so interesting that I've been doing that for so long, and you know it is still like kind of the same. I don't think it has changed too much. And then for whatever reason, we as humans wanted to start to make birdhouses. Like, again, one of those things, it's not like they have been eating them before. Kind of a thing, so... Like, why did we, like, start to make them? And, like, I will say one thing that I have always found weird about birdhouses is that... Considering the nest that, you know, they are in, that they build themselves... The birdhouses, they seem very small. Like, there isn't, like, as much a space as, at least the ones that I have usually seen. You know, they are pretty tall, but, like, kind of narrow. I mean, does it look cool? Yes. But then again, it's just like feels like it would be a lot better if it would be wider, like kind of what the nests that they are in are. It's especially weird because, like, if you think about it, if we would be as, or when we have as humans, like pet birds, they are having like a huge cage. That's why I'm thinking that even though I understand, you know, it's a wild animal, you know, that, you know, it has like everywhere else to be going, wherever it wants to be going, you know. As I said, I just would find, I don't know, it would be more logical indeed for me if the birdhouses would be more wide. But I guess then they wouldn't be looking as nice. Because I remember when we did have our summer cottage. My parents did. Like, I think there was at least like 4 or 5 different birdhouses there. Like, we never touched them. Ever. They were always there. There seems to be always someone in them. Just is very interesting. And again, I will say one thing, at least in here, why I think it's good that, or at least there where we did have the summer cottage, why that was a good thing to be having the birdhouses like that, is because there wasn't really like any trees that they could be building, like, you know, nest in. There really wasn't anything like that. You didn't really have like any branches that could be built on. Build on any nests. I guess for that they are like good. That because the place that we did have our summer cottage in, like, it was quite a while, like, from the ground when you would be able to be having any kind of branches at all, even in some of the trees. So, you know. But yeah. I will say one thing that I don't personally like about, like, being with the technology and stuff like that, even though as much as I like it, is those birdhouses that you can watch the bird in. I just don't like the idea at all. Like the kinds of that you would be putting to your window. I just don't like the idea of them. Like, would it be cool to be seeing bird doing things like what things happen? Yeah, but at the same time, I think if I would like to know, I can find it out somewhere else. Maybe. Like, I don't mind the camera feeding, like the feeders that have the camera thing. I don't mind those. It's not like it hasn't been done in some form anyways before, like putting a camera to see what kind of birds there are. It's not like that hasn't been done before. I don't know what it is about those birdhouses that you could be watching what a bird does. I will say one thing that I have noticed about them though is that they are decently spacious. So there is that at least. It just, I guess, you know, it's like cool as wildlife is and such. I want it kind of be doing its own thing. I don't want to be bothering it, you know. And you know, I can see, in my opinion, enough things from looking out the window. Myself. If I want to be seeing more things, I guess I would be going into forest for a walk. Surely be encountering the capture soon, right? Surely. Surely. That has been 2 times in a row that there has been a Pokemon somewhere nearby each. I'm in the battle menu or some other menu. Can I run away, please? I will say one thing that in games that I have seen been interesting is that you know, some years ago it was a very popular thing to be making a simulator for pretty much anything and everything. But I have personally seen that has kind of like not really died off, but there has definitely been not as many anymore. Which is, you know, it's not a bad thing or anything, it's just very interesting that, you know, they were very popular for quite some time and now they are like pretty much nowhere to be seen anymore. I mean, the thing is, as it is always the case though, that some things they are only gonna be made to be big when, you know, they are a big hit and then they are like gone forever. Then again, there's like some games that I could be seeing as, you know, simulator kind of games. But they are not labeled as one. But yeah, of course, as it is with every single thing, there is some good ones and then there is some interesting ones. It's always some interesting ones indeed. That don't make, you know, the most amount of sense, but they do be there. I mean, some of the goofy ones, they, you know, are funny. Be loving goofy games every once in a while. I don't know, I'm kind of two minds about like those games that you need to be creative in. I don't mind the idea, but I guess I just personally would wish that there would be at least some like guidelines what to do, you know? Because like surely can like some games be fun, like just to goof around in, yes. But I just personally would like it to be like the solution doesn't matter, but here is what you need to do. It just is like though, I guess those kinds of games are for me more interesting to look at than actually play myself. Like, I find very interesting how creative things people can create, but at the same time I kind of need some sort of a like, what could you do thing. And I don't think that that is necessarily a bad thing to be having those kinds of games. Because does it need to be making sense? No. But, you know, they could be there as an option. I just honestly wish that more of those kind of games would be having either some sort of tutorials, like what you can do, or be having the funny thing of just some like random objectives that you could do. It's just interesting to me sometimes how many like those kinds of be creative kind of games there is. Because at the end of the day they all are pretty much the same. You know, here is kind of a list of things that you have access to do whatever. And sometimes the lists of like the items that you will be having, they are quite similar. Surely are there unique ones to the game, most definitely. Well, they tend to be quite similar. And the thing is with me and those type of games is as well that if I already have one, why would I be getting the same kind of game? If it's like not really my thing, of course. And as I said, they are not really my thing. And I guess, you know, things change. Maybe the older one is not being updated with cool things. You can't even add with like mods anything to the game. As always an option, of course, but I don't know. I would just be wishing myself some sort of guidelines that you could follow. Or as I said, tutorials, because sometimes in those kinds of games where you can do whatever you want, the problem is that there is so many like different tools that you can use, but you don't really have a tutorial how to use them. Some are more straightforward than others for sure, but it wouldn't really be hurting to be having like how does the tool work thing. Now would it? I guess I would be appreciating it. But then again, I will say that it has kind of always been my thing though that I do be getting overwhelmed if there is too many things, no matter what it is. I do tend to personally be getting overwhelmed with things. I see, by the way, that the stone journer thing is very interesting. It isn't as good as it was last time that I was doing this. At least they are showing somewhat frequently. Somewhat frequently indeed. But can't complain about the amount of and complain about the amount of the funny things we know in the VA Dharma Cup. Today probably has been honestly the best examples of the Pokédex recommended thing to be working. It's quite unfortunate that it doesn't work with like different forms of Pokemons too well, at least. You know, since there is two kind of Sinistis, it seemed to be pulling more of the phony one than the authentic one, no matter what. Even though it would be nice if it would be pulling more of the authentic ones instead. Wasn't thinking that I would be getting something that quickly there. But nice to get you nonetheless. Yeah, I do be wondering which one will be done first. The Mount Lanakila hunt that has been going on for a year or so with not too active of hunting. Or will it be something for the Dharmakam? Be interesting to know. Because I think we should be able to make it to 7k today on the Mount Lanakila hunt. I think that should be possible indeed. I don't really see a reason why it wouldn't be, honestly. If I know my math correctly, I should even be able to get on the Mount Lanakila hunt. I should be able to get to 7,400 if I will be doing 800 checks. I mean, basically the same amount minus 5,000 for the Darumaka, of course. To be like that indeed. I go through the thing then. But yeah, one thing that I do be always be finding quite interesting in games is that, depending on the person of course, but there seems to be always like a location or two that you really like to hang out in, and then you know you want to be spending as much time as you would or could, or in as much as time as you possibly could do you want to be spending there. It's especially like annoying in those locations that you really can't get back to anymore after you're like done a certain part of the story. You just want to be chilling there forever. It is quite unfortunate that most of the time, at least for me, the locations that you have only access to a certain part of the story, I tend to get kind of attached to them. And then whenever I will be replaying the game, I will be spending I will be spending quite a good amount of time in there. There was a one like investigation kind of game, and all the locations that I did find like especially cool were locations where I could only be in for like one story mission, and I was like, I don't want to leave. I don't remember if it was the case even that I couldn't leave the area at all in the middle, you know, to do some other things. I think you could be getting back to there. I will say that is the game that I have probably like replayed the most. It's probably the game that I have replayed the most, indeed. Considering the amount of times that at least I remember to be starting the game again is at least 6. So I just like the whole game. And it was one of those games that, you know, you couldn't really be making any like bad decisions. You could just, you know, infinitely try until you get the correct thing. But it was nice to see how the, like, depending on how far you are in the story, how like things how things changed. But they also like they stayed just changed. It wasn't like it reverted back to whatever it was before. Maybe some things got cleaned up, but you know, to be expected. But yeah. This is the kind of game that I always did like I did complete it always fully. Or at least what I did consider myself to be fully done. Every single, of course, the main missions. And then there was certain side missions that you could do. I did do them. I did try to collect every single item, but there were a few that were like missable. And those are in the locations that you just couldn't be accessing after you progressed far enough into the story. I guess that is one of those games that did for me kind of teach the habit that I still do, that I need to first go into every single wrong place before I go to the right place. Because I just want to explore everything. It's so fun sometimes, even how linear some games can be. How much there is to explore. It's very interesting. I think the fastest that I did manage to do everything myself was like 8 hours. Because the game did like track how many hours you have actually played. It's unfortunately one mission at the end that like it's literally like you can be accessing it before you have completed the main story and every single like other story or the side missions, whatever things. And that last one was because you have already done everything. It was unfortunately always like you're just gonna be waiting for the however long time it did take to be completing in. And it was always like the side missions, they always did say that it's gonna be taking 40 minutes. And it was 40 minutes of real life time. As I said, you can infinitely retry them. If you did choose incorrectly and you didn't get through with it, you could be trying it again and again. As long as you didn't get them correct. It was the time that I didn't really, you know English too well. So definitely, I think if I would be nowadays playing it, I think I would be quite a bit better at it because, you'll be understanding English. And some of the decisions were like based on like what they did say before. Did be having some things to do with it. It was a very nice game, I loved it. Kind of thinking of replaying it again. One unfortunate part is that it is a Wii game. But if I remember correctly, there wasn't motion controls on that. Because like, it seems like in every single Wii game there is motion controls. It is one of those games that it is indeed very linear. Like, there's certain things that you can't like do until you have done one part, you know, since you know certain parts they don't start to be like going on before you have done everything else before each bigger story. As I said, it was quite a fun game. Did enjoy it. And the unfortunate thing is I'm pretty sure that there hasn't been like any other games to this, like that would be considered to be an extension of each, you know. Which is sad. There is certainly the case that there is like the same dudes have like made another game that is like completely different, but they use the same characters, but they look a little different. I'm not completely sure, like, you know, which did come first. Kind of a thing. But then again, it is nice to be seeing like familiar characters, but in, you know, they look different. I do be liking that personally. It's a very, very fun game. It was indeed one of those games that for whatever reason it just was nice. And the thing is that what I find weird for me to be replaying it, like thinking now, is that I'm noticed the kind of person that if I don't see replayability in a game, I don't replay it. And the thing is, that game, it doesn't change anything. Sometimes like you can do only certain things in certain ways. Like, you can't really be doing anything differently. I guess much as you would like to be doing some things differently, there's just literally no way because the game is not built for each. I mean, one of the only things that you could be doing differently, literally, is that you can customize your character. It's one of the only things that you can do. And I still remember that every single time that I did go into certain locations, I did go ahead and put, like, certain clothes on, even though it doesn't matter at all. You know, going into a cold area, let's put on some cold clothes, or not cold clothes, warm clothes. Silly things. Silly things. And to consider that there wasn't too many options in the first place. Like, it is like pretty limited on like how can you customize your character in. It is a very interesting game indeed. Problem with right now is that I don't remember the whole name of the game, but I do remember like what the kind of series it is in. so I probably will be able to find it whenever I do be interested in it. Also, one thing that I remember about the game that I was sometimes very upset about is that I wanted to do like every single option, but sometimes when I didn't remember what was the correct option, even though I have played the game a million different times, that I couldn't be like seeing everything. It was, you know, those kinds of missions that you're looking for something and there's like 5 different spots that you can find things in, and there's like quite interesting things that you can find in the wrong spots. And, you know, could come in handy later, kind of a thing. And if you would be doing them straight away, you wouldn't be needing to come back sometimes. But when you do be getting accidentally the correct places. I would say one thing is a thing about it though, that since it is quite an old game, there was definitely a bunch of situations where you would be like, you would be knowing what's correct if it's indeed like you need to be finding certain things. Since there were like a long time ago, there was like almost in every single game did follow the same pattern with certain things, like if you find the first first piece of whatever it is on this, the most likely option for the second part is like somewhere else, like you would kind of know. But yeah, it was very interesting. Very interesting indeed. But yeah, I was just wondering, would that game be also on the PC? Because the other, like, what I consider to be the same part of the, like, the series, it is found on PC. I mean, of course, it's an old game, so it's going to be definitely interesting to try to get it to work. But I did get the other one to be working somewhat easily. But yeah. It is indeed a game for sure. I'm actually quite interested in Neonic. I'll go ahead and try to figure out, is it actually available on PC? Yes, the thing is, I'm not completely sure that can I be finding the, you know, the Wii one. Because I don't even know who would be having it. Oh. Hello there, Stone Churner. I think I already found it. Nice. It's a game from all the way from 2009. It is apparently available also on DS. I'm kind of interested in playing on that. To see how different it is. It's insane sometimes how, like, different they can be. It seems like it's only available on DS and Wii. Those are the only two. Only things that it's available in. Someone is selling the game on Amazon. I'm just kind of interested in like how many other things there is, like going through the series, the thing. Trying to figure that out as well. Yeah. There's not too many. Like I don't think that there was too many like into that series indeed. And apparently there is an article written about it last year. Which is interesting. Considering that I would like to say that it probably has been discontinued for 10 years at this point. Because as I said, I don't remember how many games there are. I only know of 2. Technically, I guess now 3 because it's on DS as well, and technically it could be like completely different game. As I said, I weirdly kind of want to be playing it. To see how different it is indeed. So might be looking into that. Yeah, it was like I knew that it is kind of one of those games that it wasn't really liked by anyone. It was very like few selective like people that did really like it, and I was one of those. I was one of those myself. I did really like it indeed. It is a shame sometimes though that there is like there's so many like cool series for you and they have been like cancelled because, you know, or discontinued, whatever my thing. Because, you know, like not too many people are into it and, you know, it would be kind of a good thing for them to be able to make their money out of the whatever they might be doing. Would be a good thing indeed. And then again, there is the thing as well that sometimes companies say want to like completely switch the direction anyways. And for that it is always easiest to be just dropping whatever you were doing before. Even though the company that did make the game was quite big, but... and still is quite big, but anyways. You know, things change indeed. And I will say though, in my opinion, it's always nice if like companies, smaller or bigger, that they will be like completely switching what they do and they are still able to be doing the new thing. Yes, of course it's understandable, like some will be leaving because you're not continuing doing this that you were very famous for years. But then again, if the company would be making games and they wouldn't really be into it, it shows in the game sometimes very like... very much indeed. It is such a shame though that there was indeed a time. It is not as bad a thing anymore, I don't think. At least I haven't heard too many bad things about it recently. But it was indeed a thing for like quite some time ago indeed. And if like someone would be switching completely what they do, they wouldn't be like... people wouldn't be liking it. But then again, the thing is, as cool as updates are for games, sometime, like at some point there is gonna be the end for every single game. Like, there is just not gonna be updates forever, most likely. Or it just completely... not completely, but it changes quite drastically how the game is, like, played. But yeah. It is quite cool though that in some games you can indeed be playing like certain versions of each years later, but unfortunately it's not really a thing in too many games. You could be playing like one specific version of each years later when there has been a lot of updates. And I will say personally one thing. I want to be updating my games because it's just... I can be bothered every single time that there is an update, or once there has been an update to be saying that don't update it. Because so many things nowadays do be automatically updating things. Which I will say is a very good thing. Of course, I understand you might be liking a certain version of the game better than the new ones, but there is a certain risk that can be running if you would be playing on too old of a game. It's indeed some situations. And yeah. I will say one thing that is kind of related to this is that if I select to do auto updates for whatever it is, I would wish it would be staying always on. Because it's so frustrating sometimes when you're trying to do, you know, like you want the game to be auto updated, you know, reasons unknown. You just want it to be, you know, updated. But then it's like, nope, you need to be still confirming it first. And you're like, yeah, but why are you doing this? That's why sometimes I'm honestly on phone, like, having like 50 updates. Guess I will say I don't open, you know, the Play Store too often. I open it every once in a while. And even though I have said that please do auto updates, it doesn't do it. I understand it for some games, because some games are like, you know, this is a very big update. It says that, you know, you should be connected to Wi-Fi. But still, I'm connected to Wi-Fi anyways. You can update it. Yeah. I will say that I do be appreciating auto updates whenever possible. Be choosing them. Thank you, Montana Kilo. Next one is gonna be immediate ride. I would say one thing that I would kind of be wishing for some of the older Pokemon games is that you could be... you know, be pressing B somehow with only one hand as well. I mean, you can technically do it, but you know, it's not the nicest thing. Like, I would wish that there would be, like, some, like, thing that you could be doing that. Putting down the B indeed to be able to run. Because it's not like the... I don't know, could it have been the case that... You know, since there is the... what is it? Like, you can, like make the button L to be A press. Why couldn't there be an option to be making it B? The thing is, though, that it would still not really be solving anything, because then you would need to be pressing A in order to run. I don't know, though. It's very interesting indeed. I don't know, though, is it just a me thing? But I do be finding one thing to be very unfortunate with the L equals A mode. And it's that you can do soft resets with it. At least I haven't been able to. Like, every single time that I'm like thinking that, hey, I want to be doing soft reset things, and then I have the LA equals A mode on, and it's like, yeah, no. And it's especially frustrating because usually if I want to be actually be using it it's gonna be a case at some point as well, but I was like trying to fish for the Dexting on Ultramoon, trying to be getting every Pokemon as soon as possible with SOS calls and such. I found it very frustrating because I wouldn't like to be able to use both at the same time. Like the L equals A mode and then do also soft resets, because I was using the special kinds of the water sources, because in some situations they have certain Pokemon either only available in them or they are a lot easier to be in them. But yeah, it was very frustrating. I will say one thing that I have personally still never done, even though I have been doing resets on the 3DS, is to be using a rubber band. Like, of course I understand the idea behind it, but I just have never really been wanting to be using it. It's not like I have the fear of, like, you know, soft resetting because I have the rubber band on there. I don't know, I just like to do the pattern combination. I mean, of course, if I would be doing like a bunch of them at once, then most likely, then yes. But usually, you know, doing only one at a time, so don't really see a reason there. But yeah, if I would, I guess if I would be afraid of like soft resetting, if I would be having the rubber band, I would be like, if I, since I don't have the rubber band, I will be having like more time to think, I guess. Because I will say one thing, I'm not always the best at pressing all the buttons at once. I will say that much. Are we gonna be seeing 4 Aromakas in a row? It would be insane. Again, to be seeing that to be the case. There's been a lot of the rarer ones lately. Snom being one of the ones. Very interesting indeed. Oh, I thought I was able to, or would be able to stop sooner. No, I wasn't able to. It's too close to the snowbird. Was indeed. Nice lag. You love to see the lag. Oh boy. At least so far today I haven't really been attacking Pokemons accidentally. I haven't been doing that too much so far today. I mean, the only thing is that, you know, Frostas is gonna be knocked down quite quickly. Oh, I forgot you were there in that spot. Oh no. Oh no, it's the dude. Not a capture. No way. But yeah, I can't imagine how hard Pokemon games would be if you wouldn't be getting a location for where the Pokemon can be found. Like, if that data wouldn't be existing. I would like to say it would be decently hard indeed. Especially like if you would be, you know, wanting to just catch them all. But you can. So you unfortunately can't be really catching them all. I will still say though that Scarlet and Violet are one of the recent games that you could catch them all in. At least most of them. I mean, as usual, the game starters, they are of course skipped Pokemon, so you can't catch them, but pretty much anything else you can catch in one game. If you just, you know, are doing the thing that another player is loading the version exclusives for you. The only things that you can be really catching yourself is the other versions. Looks are legendary. It's like, I think they still like you like evolutions, even with the help of the DLCs and like the dance that you can be capturing. But it's definitely one of the ones that have like recently come the closest. But the thing is though, you can't unfortunately be catching them all in any game without using like some sort of like mechanics. Well, you know, if you are not gonna be doing anything to the game, you can't be capturing everything in one game. One game indeed. Because of course, like, you need to be having the trade evolutions, trade versus exclusives from the other game. In most games, indeed. As I said, in Scarlet and Violet, in my opinion, you can probably do the most amount of catching yourself. Legends Arceus is definitely almost perfect in that as well. Because I would like to say that there is only one Pokemon that you can technically catch. But then again, it was meant to be like one game, only thing you can be doing everything yourself. It's only one version. It's only one version indeed. But yeah, I think you could catch every Pokemon apart from Arceus in Legends Arceus. I think especially with the massive mass outbreaks being a thing, you can catch even most of the evolutions as well if you want to be going that far. But yeah, do be interesting indeed. So I said before, and I will keep saying it, I just allow when you can just be catching most of the Pokemons in your game, no matter the way. I understand trading and why it has been always a big thing. But I will say one thing though. Why can't we just be trading like a bunch of things at once? Like, even if it would be like you could be only trading one Pokemon at a time, but it would just like you could be putting like a queue of Pokemons that you would like to be trading. And one thing I will say that I would be wishing that the trading, the music there would be better. I hate it. It's just, it's fine for like one or two trades, but then it, you know, gets old. I don't know, I have always found the trading music to be a little disappointing one. I would wish it would be... I don't know what it could be, but you know, since you're trading and it's basically data that you send to someone else. Would it be having something like that going on in the music? Some sort of electronics vibes, for example. And to capture it, I see. It was captured, nice. Okay, go to the box. I wonder how many things I would have been getting in that game, by the way, if I wouldn't be resetting the game. Like, I just have this save point at some point, like, when I did, like, first come to here. And then I have, you know, just been doing things. Just be restarting the game. Because I will say one thing, I personally can't be bothered to be... Can't be personally bothered to... go ahead and heal to a Poke Center. Just don't find it too necessary, especially because, like, it's not that it's too hard to be getting in here, but at the same time, I would rather not. I would rather not, though. Soon it's time to hydrate again. It is indeed. Oh, you started to show up. Nice. Few more and you have catched up. For the amount that I should have seen. Few more indeed, and then you have caught up. I always be loving in like almost in every single game. There's the thing that your character can survive quite cold weather. How was it always built for each? I mean, it makes more sense in the games that you know. It makes more sense in the games that you know you like start in like you have lived all your life in a cold area. Since you know if you are since if you're used to cold you can you know be you can like stand it better. I mean it is with any temperature but yeah, for those games it makes more sense than if you're indeed have like lived your whole life in them, like in a cold area indeed. It just is very interesting. Like, of course, I understand, like, gameplay-wise, like, it would be very mean if in every game you would be starting to take damage. If you are indeed in a cold area. But I think, like, a nice balance would be a place. Especially like it's interesting because usually you know in like survival kind of games it's so interesting how they can be standing the cold so well, even though in my opinion they shouldn't be, but it's interesting. Like, of course, I will say that I would be absolutely be hating to playing like games that would need you to be all the time to be making campfires. But it is still quite interesting. And I will say that sometimes I do like the idea of like realistic like weather things, like cold, like rain things. I do be liking them, but I have found very few games that it has been done in a way that it's like it makes sense, but it's not annoying to deal with. You know, you don't need to be all the time be making campfires, as I said, for an example. There still is like some sort of like something bad would be happening if you would be staying for too long in the cold. Or whatever is the weather condition. But yeah, one thing that I have noticed personally in games though is that usually the cold weather is bad, you know? And it's like really shown that it is, you know, it is bad. But I don't understand like why not that many of games will be saying that also like too warm weather is also bad. I very rarely do be seeing that to be the case. Because I think that should be a thing as well. As I said, again, to be somewhat related to where the character is from, like some characters, you know, could be getting to enjoy the heat more than the others. And the other ones could be preferring cold, or they don't care about either, or they hate both. They just like it to be just right. And I'm kind of that I want it to be just right. But then again, I do be minding less if it's cold than when it's hot myself. I would rather be staying in a little bit of a colder place than be in too much heat. It is definitely the case of like I'm so used to being in the cold weather, and hot summers are, I will still say, even though it has been years, it is still kind of a new thing for me. And I will say one thing I kind of hope that since we have a normal-ish winter, like in a normal like cold temperatures, that I hope that our summers would be the same. And it wouldn't be as the saying goes that cold winters, hot summers. I don't want it to be the case. I don't want it to be the case, but at the same time I'm a little bit afraid that it will be. Allow pressure. I think it's gonna be again the thing that I will be able to do the 400 in around 3 hours. It's pretty decent indeed. Do be loving it indeed. It's a very good amount of checks. Doesn't really seem like, in quotes, that I would be lacking behind either. Even though it's, you know, not really set in stone, the 800 checks. It's still like nice to be putting some sort of goals. Watch me be finding in both games shiny, so I can be hitting that. Oh no! Whatever shall I do? Whatever shall I do, indeed. Would be absolutely hilarious. And kind of relieving? No? Relieving is the correct word, it just sounds strange. Would be that indeed for the Mount Lanakila. As I said, will be it for Mount Lanakila indeed. I guess I've kind of learned my lessons with 1 in 4k luck for me. It's nowhere to be found. Then again, luck is luck at the end of the day. Oh yeah, one type of videos that I have been finding quite a bit recently, and I have always kind of been having the same kind of like mind on them. It's like someone trying to be making the best shiny hunting method, like guide. This just feels weird to me because technically every method is the best method, because if you want to be doing that, that's the best method in my opinion. It's just, I would hope that it would be like labeled differently. Like, does fast necessarily mean good? Like, in some situations you can get encounters very fast, but does it mean that, you know, you're enjoying it? Extra, like... It's just, like, of course I can understand that, like, technically it is a better method because you have a better odds. It's just so unfortunate because most of the time they don't really look into the fact that, like, comparing them to, like, other ways. Like, let's say that... Let's say that there is the... like, for example, like Masuda method, yeah, the chances are good, but how many eggs you can hatch in the same amount of time that you can do random encounters in. I know that there's ways to be increasing your like amount that you will be able to see from the grass. But like, even if you wouldn't be doing anything with those, like, I just wish that there would be more things like that, because I'm always kind of interested to see how people are thinking about it. But the, like, probably perfect example is, you know, the odd egg. The odd egg in Crystal. Like, surely it is good odds, but at the same time, like, it does take a while to be getting it. Like, one check. Like, it's insane. Because, like, I think it should always be, like, kind of be seen in the way that... it should be seen indeed in the way that... like, comparing them to, like, how many encounters you can do in this method versus this method. Because, like, at the end of the day, odds or whatever is the assigned number for whatever method you're doing, it's just a number. It doesn't mean anything. As I said, with the odd egg, it's like 14% overall that you will be getting a shiny out of each. But then again, you can technically be going for hours before you get anything. Or hundreds of eggs. It is just what it should be, you know? But yeah, doobie whatty doobie though. Each to their own with their shiny hunts. Whatever method you prefer, it's the best method for you. But yeah, I do be open the best of luck to anyone else that do be hunting indeed. Hopefully we'll be able to find something. But hopefully it would be the target though. But anything is progress. Anything do be progress indeed. Yes, I will say one thing that is, in my opinion, pretty impressive, even though, you know, the shiny odds are quite high in each, is indeed the people that are doing, like, Chenchu, like, the parent egg thing. And, you know, one of the parents is shiny. Usually it is the Dicho, but... or whatever my thing. It's just interesting, like, how, like, how long does it take? Also, I will say one thing about, like, the Chenchu or eggs that I will be saying that I find even more frustrating is that, you know, the dude that does give you the eggs, it's inside the daycare. It's just like, it's just so unusual for the game, indeed. And then again, Doobie, what a Doobie. It's just like, it is indeed, as I said, it's one of those things that, like, yeah, the odds are good, but it just takes a lot of time to be hatching them, since flame body or like any like abilities anyways, they aren't a thing, they are not gonna be helpful. And the other thing is that it's just so slow to be encountering one egg. But then again, some people just want to be doing like getting the parent egg thing in Chenchu and they still decide to hunt it in another game. And it's like one thing that I have seen to be the case the past few years is that people just start to do like random like mini challenges for like certain things in like shiny wise. Even before Scarlet and Violet was a thing that was very interesting and I did like it quite a bit. It's like, dude, trying to be getting the Professor Oak's challenge shiny wise with the using of Dex Nav and hordes in Auras. It'll be quite interesting indeed. It's just like, you know, especially because, or especially if they are like very well documented, like how many like encounters or hours did it take to be getting all of them done. That is indeed quite interesting. And especially if they like include all the faces as well. You know, give the true look at things. Of course, like one of the most popular ones in my eyes that I have been seeing like a mini shiny challenge to be done like quite a bit time ago is unknowns, which I most definitely will not be doing at some point. It's gonna be, of course, on an on and off thing. But yeah, it's pretty interesting. Because in almost every single time, the case is that either you find every single unknown in the same room, apart from the two special ones, or you find them in slightly different locations. But the usual thing is indeed that both the exclamation point and the question mark unknowns, they usually have their special place. So it's in that easier to be hunting for them specifically. But I think when I will be doing that, I think I'm quite set in stone that I will be doing it in Brilliant Diamond specifically. Because PTSP is a fun game. And also the thing is that, you know, in the games of that would be in Shino every single time, they have the thing that the rooms that you walk from place to place, like certain rooms have certain letters, because I'm pretty sure that there is the word friend is spelled there. I don't remember, is it friend or friends? But it is pretty interesting. So, you know, if you're looking for a specific letter of unknown, you could be finding it technically guaranteed. Because, like, if you're looking for a letter indeed that is in the word friend, you can be finding it indeed in a certain room. I would kind of hope that it would be going for more for the other letters as well. Not that they need to be having their own separate rooms, but to be having like certain letters maybe attached to like the word friend or friends, whichever one it is. That could be interesting. But then again, if you want specifically shiny unknowns of I and V, you can be playing the Chenchu games. The only unknowns that can be shiny, you can't be facing on them, it's literally impossible. I mean, technically you can be facing on the other one if you have it already. But it is literally the only way to be facing. But yeah. Waiting for that at some point then. Waiting at that indeed at some point indeed. Interesting indeed how games have changed. I'm still quite glad though that most of the like recent Pokemon games, they haven't like just changed drastically. Like completely changed. Of course it makes sense because like it is working well, why do be changing it too drastically anymore? Like what is the reason? Since you know it is working quite well, why do we changing indeed? It is honestly the case sometimes. What I would be wishing from games is that, you know, if it's working, why are they trying to fix it? Like literally, what's the reason to be trying to fix the thing that is already working very well? In my opinion, there is no such thing. Nice and quick encounter. We'll see that. See the happy little fella indeed. Be hoping about. It has been quite... It has been today quite normal, I guess. And again, she probably has the same thing as like a lot of us do right now in here, is that we are very sleepy because it's so cold. She is sleeping indeed, by the beach. Then again, it's a cat. When don't the cat to be sleeping? But that doesn't mean that she wouldn't be in the playful mood though. Last night, she was very much in the playful mood indeed. Was running about quite a bit indeed. Not doing the things that should be doing. It is still like so interesting to me, like how do you like certain animals be keeping their body temperature so high in like pretty much no matter how cold it is? It's very interesting. I mean, it's not like we as the humans can be doing it, it's just like, I guess not as like easy to be seen. But yeah, there do be indeed be certain animals that can be keeping their body temperature very high, pretty much depending on, not even depending on how cold it is, you know. Then again, there is a lot of those kinds of like animals that, you know, kind of stop functioning if it is indeed too cold. Which, you know, makes sense. Why do we putting, you know, too much stress if it is indeed too cold to be doing anything? Sometimes it would be nice if we as humans could be doing that as well. But unfortunately, world, it doesn't really work that way. In some situations maybe, but most of the time it's a no. But yeah, the cat was also very much wanted to be going outside last night. We didn't let her because, you know, we don't want inside in here to be getting too cold. It's just the thing, we just don't want it to be getting too cold in here. We wouldn't be so cold outside, then maybe. I mean, she probably is not gonna be wanting to be there for more than a few moments. Because, you know, it is quite cold. And, you know, it's nice to be inside. Indeed. But apparently she has been very much two minds about a thing. Does she want to be under the blanket or not? She's very much been in two minds in that, like, not really knowing which way to go. Which way should she be? Of course, it would be best for us if she would be, you know, deciding one or the other and not be all the time be switching between the two. Because, you know, once she wants underneath the blanket, she's gonna be waking one of us to be able to be getting underneath blanket indeed. Because she can't really be lifting it herself. It's a little too much for her. Just a small cat after all. No. Sneeze so soon. Question mark? Oh, there it is. The Sneasel. I'll be able to get this Sneasel in the other game. Unfortunately, no. There was the one time today that I was able to get them both at the same time. And also both of them to be the same gender as well. It's pretty cool indeed. I think I did see us in his hole spawn in there. I'm not completely sure, but I think I did see a Sneasel spawning in there. Just when I was, you know, encountering a random one. Yeah. It was indeed. Nice. Very nice indeed. Here we go. Oh, hydrated once more. In about 20 minutes there's gonna be daytime in the Alola indeed. Because it is indeed in around 20 minutes it is going to be indeed 6 PM and they have not changed how it works. Surprise, surprise. Very surprised indeed. Imagine that indeed. It is always weird sometimes when like a game from like a long time ago gets randomly an update. I will say sometimes it makes sense if it is like the beginning or at the end of the year, even though it's not an online game. There might be like some sort of like updates there because of, you know, the year changes. Because there's a decent amount of things that can be changing indeed when the year changes in games. Even though, you know, they are not really visible to you, it is still quite interesting how it do be like that indeed. Still so thankful for most of the things indeed. They are automatic with, you know, things changing. Like, imagine if they wouldn't be. It's so nice indeed that that's the case, that most of them are indeed fine. And then it always be frustrating, the thing that doesn't change automatically. You need to be manually be setting things up. I mean, some make more sense than others because, like, you know, they can't really be getting it out of anywhere. Like, they are not connected to the internet at all, so, like, of course it makes sense that you need to be changing them. But sometimes you would wish that they still would. I will say though, thankfully, like, probably one of the worst things is that, you know, changing the clock backwards or forwards an hour, even though I will say that I don't mind it. I don't care if it happens. And it's still stupid that people are thinking that it should be removed. I don't get it. I have not heard a single argument where I would be agreeing to it that it should be gone. But yeah, probably the most annoying thing indeed is to be taking the like a clock from somewhere annoying, somewhere annoying down in order to be switching it. But yeah, if for whatever reason it ever goes through that we're not gonna be changing indeed the time either backwards or forwards, it's gonna be very strange for me. Because I'm just so used to it. And there's nothing wrong with it. Like, let it be. It is one of those things that, like, every once in a while is brought up and, you know, should be changed things. There's a lot of those, though, be going on. There do be, indeed. Actually, was an encounter with the cop shoe? Nice. Been taking the Darbaka gladly. You be indeed. Yeah, I'll extend that if it does go indeed today as well. The way that it has been going on indeed with Monlon Aquila. Next time we should be able to hit 8k. I mean, it really depends on if I feel like going for longer today. Of course, I will be going for longer today indeed. It is just interesting to think about, though. Very interesting. Soon. Soon and soon. It's not gonna be taking that much longer to be hitting the bloods. The Monlon Aquila indeed. It's gonna be taking like 6 hours is truly like 7 to 8 hours more. Of course, I'm not gonna be doing that much today, but like that's about it's about how long though. But we shall see. As I said, if things seem to be going quite smoothly today, I might be going for more than the usual 800. Hello! How are you doing? Happy New Year to you as well. You're having a good day indeed. Nice. Yeah, I remember that you were looking for each. Quite some time ago you started that as well. But you know, that is how hunts go sometimes. You've been eating breaks every once in a while. Yeah, it is understandable. It's still a decent amount. Yeah, of course, always be hoping that the hunts they don't go for too long. I started the Absol hunt or the Mount Lanakila hunt in general. Absol is just what I put as my target. Because I go for whatever I find in there, I'm done with it. I started that over a year ago. It has been on and off though. But yeah. As I said, I'm not going for Absol specifically. I go for whatever I find there, and that is it. I'm not gonna be going for more because I'm kind done with Mount Aquila. But the first one that I really wanted, and I did get it first phase, was Alolan Sandslash or Sandshrew. It was indeed over a year ago. It was under odds though, so it makes sense why I would be needing to go almost to double the odds this time. Yeah, SOS hunting, it is nice if you can get it to work. But of course it really depends on the Pokemon as well, because some are more likely to be calling for help. But yeah. I just put Absol there because I did get the Sandshrew, which was my, like, what I actually wanted from there. But whatever it is there that decides to show up, I'm taking it. But yeah, as I like to say, Mount Aquila is basically every single thing is the same odds to be finding each. 2 are 30 and 2 are 20%. So it's basically every single one has the same chance. But yeah, sometimes it's very annoying to be trying to SOS call. Especially if you don't have the perfect thing for each. It is... sometimes it can be calling help like 20 times before it is like successful. It is indeed what it is. What do you... As much as I do be liking to be putting, you know, the target in like some cases, sometimes I just want to be looking for whatever it's available in the place. It's more of like a chill one, because then you know, you go for whatever it decides to shine first and then you just stop it there. Because then of course if you want to be going for something else later, you can, you know, come back. You can always come back indeed. But I will still stand by a thing that there is definitely very interesting Pokemon sometimes that you can get with an SOS call. As like, I find it very cool. to be finding it very cool indeed. One thing that I will say sometimes that I have a problems with SOS hunting is that I'm the type of person that I might want to be doing other hunts in between, so you know, if I don't get something, I most likely will be, you know, be closing it out, and it, you know, it takes a while to be getting to the odds with SOS. With the problem of calling and everything else. Imagine going for cast form with SOS calls. Since in, you know, in those games, it doesn't have a shiny form for the weather forms. Yeah. SOS hunts have been quite nice to me as well. Yeah, exactly. It is indeed taking a while with SOS. But indeed, there is like some Pokemon that if you have the Adrenaline Orb, they will be like calling every single turn. One thing that is sometimes annoying when you do be doing the SOS calls though is that if you accidentally get a status effect on it, and then it's like, yay, I need this all over again. Because it's not gonna be calling for help if it has a status condition. Which is kind of stupid, honestly. Wouldn't you then actually be like more willing to be calling for help? But then again, it is what it is. It is a little silly though. Yeah, probably one of my luckiest forever being with the SOS calls has to be the Phantom that I did get. It was 24. I don't think that I can ever be going lower than that. It's just so unlikely to be that low, because it's not like it's even closer to be hitting the best odds, I'm pretty sure. Or is it? I don't remember. How does it work? But it is still pretty insane. Always be reminding me of my chain fishing thing. I'm trying to do chain fishing. I don't know how to do chain fishing. It's always breaking. Then break a chain. Get just like a full odds one. Because it's fun like that. Methods, they can be fun and interesting, but sometimes they are indeed very frustrating. Yeah. I understand it completely. As I said, I don't know how to do it. like like I'm trying to press as soon as it, you know, like does give me the indicator that I should be pressing. I press it and it's like, yeah, no. I'm like, I can't really be pressing the button, you know, sooner because then it's gonna be breaking because I pressed too soon. Whatever should I do with this situation? Well, yeah, it is interesting indeed sometimes. Um, I don't honestly know which would be my favorite method because of course there has to be like for every single method there needs to be a downside to each. I don't honestly know what is my favorite method because I don't do method hunting too much. I know that technically Dynamics Adventures is a method, but at the same time I'm not really counting it as a method. Like, I know it's better odds than, you know, base odds, but I just don't feel like it is a hunting method myself. I guess because I just like random ones instead myself. And you're probably like outside of like if like Dynamics Adventures is indeed technically a method. Probably my favorite one is, or more the one that I have spent the most time in is the SOS. Even though I haven't really been trying to shiny hunt with it, I just want to be getting every Pokemon as soon as possible in Ultra Sun. With SOS calls included. So you can be getting cool Pokemons with it indeed. And I love it. One thing I will say though is that I don't really understand why curry hunting is considered to be a method hunt. Because, you know, where is the increased odds for me? I don't see increased odds. I mean, it is a shiny hunting, like, it is technically a method, but at the same time, like, some people think method that it, like, increases your odds. So it really depends on which way you think of it. I guess it considered to be a method or not. But yeah. It's assist though, I guess, because like people kind of forget that you can hunt with curries. That, you know, it is a thing. And it most definitely doesn't have anything to do with it that the odds are so bad to even be like getting a Pokemon like that is already the biggest thing still. Always love to be ranting about curry things. I still love it like as an idea, it's just why? And I will say for me, I don't see personally to be worth it to be going for the best curry possible. I just go for the second best. I just don't see a reason to be going for the best. I know it helps out. Like, yeah, but at the same time, like, I don't want to be collecting like rare berries for like ages. Because like I'm fine with like resetting the game. That's not a problem for me. But at the same time, I would like to be able to do a decent amount of checks before I need to reset. Like, the same thing is with, like, whenever I will be doing the fossils in Sword and Shield. As I said, I would like to be getting at least 25 per reset. Because that's a pretty decent amount. And I will still say that resetting is not my thing. So that's why I will be wanting to be getting bunch of them, indeed. Like, imagine doing the fossil hunt with only one fossil. Oh god. I mean, it's not as bad in, like, in the older games where, you know, it doesn't take forever to be restarting the game. But, like, imagine doing it on a Switch. Oh no. It's so bad. It isn't it so bad. It's insane how bad it is. Well, that is indeed going to be the situation when hunting for like Arceus though. It's like I don't have options to be looking for more than one at a time. It's way too many hunts that I should be starting at some point, but there's also so many hunts that I want to be completing first, or at least get a face on. At least I have all the items necessary to be doing the hunts, so it's not the end of the world. Yeah. I will say soft resetting in Indeed before Switch, it isn't bad. Because if you want to, you can use a rubber band. And also, it's so fast. But on Switch, it's... And I guess it also depends on how big of a cutscene there would be. Like, if it's like an immediate encounter, I don't mind it as much. But I will say one thing. Even though as stupid as it might sound, I will still be doing the Reggie hunt in the Sword and Shield. I will be completing the puzzle every single time, apart from when I will be hunting for Regieleki or whatever thing, or Regidrago. It's just, well, like, the pattern is just complicated. It's a little too complicated for me. But unfortunately, there is like some situations where you have to be going for a soft resetting if you want to be getting that specific one to be shiny, you know? Well, then get bunch of heavy balls. Yeah, I know it's very much of a pain. And isn't it kind of RNG as well? Will you be getting the right one? Yeah. You know, just choose the very much possible thing. Just transfer them from like hard gold and soul silver. Yeah. But it's nice. I like that even though they're like special Pokeballs, say Apricot Pokeballs or Apricot Pokeballs, I like that they are like more available nowadays. Because I like how unique they are. Yeah. They somewhat want you not to be grinding the game for hours. Yeah. Understandable. I will say the same thing about legendaries, though. I just don't like that you know, they are legendaries, but then they show them into our face in like every single game. Like, the thing is, because you can transfer them, right? But yeah. Isn't like Safari Ball and Master Ball like the hardest things to be getting from the whatever machine it is in Scarlet and Violet? Also, how I remember while playing randomly some randomizers, how the game can be crashing if you have a safari ball. uh, but yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of two minds of being like apricot Pokeballs to be rare. Because I really like most of the designs, so I would be wishing I would be able to get more of them and, you know, catch Pokemons in them. At the same time, they need to be balancing it out a little bit, in my opinion, because, like, Sword and Shield is, like, maybe a little too tedious, but Scarlet and Violet indeed. Maybe a little too easy. Like a nice balance in between. Or make it like they were originally, you know, to be... To be like, you need to be waiting for like a day, in quotes, in order to be getting certain amount. But then again, they have kind of been getting rid of like daily things. They're still there for sure, but there's a lot less of them. But the one thing I will say though, keeping rare things rare as well, is that I don't understand the starter things in Scarlet and Violet though. Like some are like very specific areas. Maybe a little too specific for one area, but then there's like some that are available like almost everywhere in that place. It's insane. Like, it just feels like I feel kind of bad for those like starters that are like indeed very specific locations. I don't know, like Totodile, Cyndaquil. Specifically those two. But yeah, it is like, and then there's like something like, I don't know, Rowlet that is available in almost the entire place that it's available in. It's insane. Why couldn't it be balanced? But yeah, you gotta wonder though, what rare Pokemon from Scarlet and Violet is gonna be like absolutely everywhere in the next game that they are gonna be in? Because there, in my opinion, there really isn't too many Pokemons that I would myself consider to be rare. It is mostly thanks to that mass outbreaks are a thing. Or outbreaks, whatever my thing. I hate that they keep switching the name that they are calling them, but anyways. There is very few indeed that I would consider to be rare. Like, in most cases, like, Chargodeck is decently rare. I guess the Frixibags line is as well. There is few though, like guaranteed spots for them, but still decently rare otherwise. I don't really know, honestly, what else. Because again, the situation, which I absolutely love, by the way, is that the DLCs did put more, like, either impossible to find in the wild or just made them easier in the wild to be found. Did make them available in the DLCs. Or the first part and the second part, whatever my thing. There we go. Oh yeah, in half an hour, even though it is barely visible, it's sunset time. As I said, I might be doing it indeed that both would be happening at the same time, but I don't really know. I don't really know, maybe. Well, like the sunrise and sunset would be happening at the same time. I will say though that I do be finding it quite a downgrade still that you can like actually see in battle the time of day to be switching nicely in battle indeed in the Alola games, but unfortunately it's not like visible to be seen in the battle. Yeah, in Sword and Shield. I know it's kind of unnecessary to be having like more stages to either sunset or sunrise, but it does look very nice. It does look quite nice indeed. But then again, in Sword and Shield, in most locations, you don't really see the sky like too much. So I guess it makes sense. And in here, it also kind of makes more sense because, you know, it do be hailing in here, so you know, clouds. So you can't really be seeing it as easily. It is always interesting how many things you can see in games once you start thinking about them. Is indeed quite interesting. I will say that one thing I kind of hope that they will keep going on with Pokemon games is that having version exclusive in different locations. Because they can be version exclusive, do they necessarily need to be in the same spot? If you ask me, not really. It could still be version exclusive. Version exclusives indeed. And I wouldn't necessarily be minding it. It honestly kind of, I don't know, for me it kind of weirdly makes more sense if they are indeed in different locations. Especially if they are not like too similar to start with. Like if they are quite different from from the get-go. For example, Golbin and like Stunky are in my opinion like good examples. Like I don't think that they are like specifically the ones that are like version exclusive things. But at least, you know, they appear in different spots. And appear in all the same spots, you know. And I do be liking that. It is the case in Sword and Shield as well, but as I said, some of the version exclusive locations will be complaining about them. It's not balanced. The version exclusive things in Sword and Shield in some cases. One you can get before the league and one after the league, you know. It's not fair. There we go. Nice fast encounters in Mount Lanakila, I love to see that. Oh. No. Oh. Hello there, Marco. Did you know that it's not impossible to be getting Galarian Consolai in Sword? You just need to, you know, trade each slash transfer each. Just hilarious. No way, you can trade Pokemons? I didn't know that. It's not like it has been in the game since the beginning. It is still interesting about the regional variants, though, that it is either the case that the regional variant is ridiculously common, or like somewhat common, or that it's like almost nowhere to be seen. It is so interesting. Like, why? Like, I don't know, I don't mind really that, you know, they are rare, but at the same time, why do I need to be having a specific weather to be looking for a specific regional variant? It's not like they are too hard to be getting, but still, they can be if you don't want to be, you know, be doing the funny thing of date skipping, which isn't, you know, a thing that everyone wants to be doing. I do feel like it when there is one of those ice crystal thingamathings, the hail thing, covering half the screen. It is very funny. I love it. They don't really look too much like snow to me. I really don't. They do be quite bouncy. Last time that I did see snow, it wasn't too bouncy. Isn't too bouncy, is indeed. Imagine bouncy snow. How cool would that be? Speaking of bouncy things, just reminded me of that a few days ago. I don't remember how long ago it was, but it is in the official Pokemon YouTube channel. There's a cool mini animation about Cubone and Snorlax. It's very nice. I still do be absolutely be loving the small Pokemon like videos. They are lovely. They don't need to be telling too much, but they do be telling, you know, enough. They do be indeed. I do be absolutely loving them indeed. Honestly, I do be loving them for any game, especially if they're like officially made. They're very nice. Oh boy. But yeah, I still do be hoping that everyone is having a good day today. As I said before, I do be having no cash day myself. Nothing too bad going on indeed. Apart from being maybe a little too cold, but it's gonna be going away at some point. In the next week or so, it's gonna be getting warmer. Which is very nice. I honestly wouldn't be minding if we would be getting another one of these like very cold moments this year, and I like weirdly I'm like feeling like it's gonna be happening. Because things can change so drastically. Oh, hello there. How are you doing today? It was even supposed to be colder in here than it is right now. That's how things can indeed be changing quite a bit. So maybe another one of these cold moments would be happening for a few days. Nice. What kind of art are you making? What kind of art indeed? Nice. Sounds interesting. They're always like fun to be seeing though. The reference sheets indeed. Are we gonna be seeing soon cat on the table? I know you're very happy because you did get your food. Or rest of the food. Oh, nice and fast. Mount Lonakila. I know you're very happy that you did get rest of the food. You have indeed been sleeping a lot today. The only thing that I will say that is a little unfortunate as well with the cold weather is that I just feel like the water for the cat is too cold. It's not like I can do anything too much about it apart from, of course, like getting some new one, but at the same time I can't really be bothered. At least the good thing is that it's not like directly like underneath a window or somewhere else where there will be actually cold air. So it's most likely gonna be fine, but it is on the floor though. And the floor is cold. The floor will be very cold indeed. I would be very interested to know one thing. Is that how well are the electric cars working right now in here? As I said, I have been like watching like people going from the south to north from Finland with a electric car before. I just wonder like how bad it is right now because of course like it's not like it's gonna be lasting too well in the cold. But yeah, I just wonder like how bad it is right now. Can you even use them? As you know, batteries, they aren't really a thing that really likes cold, no matter like the size and what you use it for. At least from what I have been seeing myself. They don't really like cold. But yeah, the main problem, as I've been talking about it with like going from like the north in here, is that there's just gonna be less and less places to be charging the car. It's just gonna be less and less places. And I don't think that was there one maybe that did go like to like actually like the northest part? Because most of them did just stop like almost there. They did like almost get the most north part or northern part. But then it was indeed a situation most of the time that, you know, they just wouldn't be having enough to be going there and back to the charging. But yeah, I will say one thing that yeah, the electric cars, they don't go too well in the cold, and there can indeed be like other problems other than just the battery being bad. Like getting inside the car. Imagine like we are thinking like our situation with our car is bad. It is bad because the car, it doesn't like cold. Like it anyways doesn't like cold, but especially now. It's like a no-no. But did you be getting to places? And we were kind of smart indeed and decided to be staying these like coldest 2 days like home. So the car wouldn't be, you know, be used. Like it's not too bad that like if you would be able to like use it, but like getting to like start to using it, it's like the car doesn't like it. It doesn't. It's like most of the cars are only like meant to be driving in either spring or fall. Because those are like one of the optimal ones indeed for most of the cars. Too hot is too hot. The car can be cooled enough. Too cold is too cold. It's hard to be warming the engine and everything. But yeah, probably the worst part, of course, about the snow and winter is that, you know, snow is kind of water. You know, then moisture starts building up inside the car. And then all of a sudden, it's frozen. And it especially has been like quite bad because there has been a lot of sun lately. And since our parking lot is the way that it is, the cars, they're gonna be the entire time that there's gonna be sun, it's gonna be in the sun. It's not gonna be hitting as badly as it does in the summer because, you know, the sun isn't as high, so sometimes it does go, like, behind the buildings. But still. It is still most of the time there. And as I've said before, I do be hating when in winter it's sunny. It's one of my least favorite things. It's just, you know, there is snow underground. It kind of do be reflecting the... It kind of do be reflecting the sun with the snow. And since it is indeed not as high, it's more likely to be hitting your eyes as well. It is indeed. I still will say, even though you're a ghost tribe, you don't need to be disappearing like that. I will say one thing that is quite nice about that it's not as rare anymore because of Scarlet and Violet is the star and ribbon candies for Milcery. Because now if you didn't like miss out on things, you could be getting those as well. I don't really know if like everyone is interested on it, of course, but it is still an option. Are they hard to be getting? Yes. But you know, it is a possibility still. And that is gonna be most likely the place that if I would be personally going for the Milcery thing, that would be most likely the place that I would be getting the star and ribbon candy from. Even though I don't have the machine built up for each. What do you? It's not that hard. It's not like you need to be doing a ridiculous amount of things to be able to get it, you know? No, that couldn't be a thing. No way, that could be a thing indeed. There we go. It's more snizzles. You gotta be loving the sneezels. Oh. And I guess captures every once in a while as well, right? I was able to be getting the random encounter even though the Sneasel will be encountered soon. Very soon indeed. I can't be escaping from it, unfortunately. I can't be escaping from it forever. Can I escape it from it maybe for now? For now, indeed. Well, I've been able to escape from it quite decently. For a second when I was looking for the other game and I saw there was a Choros, I was thinking that I'm gonna be encountering a Choros. Even though it's not possible in that game to be encountering visible encounters. Yes? You have a lot of things to say, I assume. Do you have a lot of things to say? You say that double sneasel is nice. It's really understandable. I can give you more room if you want to be going ahead and laying there. You just need to be showing it to me that you want to be staying there and not eating the mic. It is a very good at giving you a good place to be getting the itch away. It is indeed. I know. And do you want more room there? Because I can, as I said, I can give you more room there. But or are you just in the mood of going in rounds and giving me head smash? As I said, the only thing that I don't really like is that tail of yours. Yeah, you should be having enough room. I will be removing that as well. If that's the problem that you're having today. Was it a problem? It was the problem. You're moving the batteries somewhere. I see how it is. And could you please not then to be increasing my audio all of a sudden, please? Because you're literally on my audio control thing. I would like to not all of a sudden be hearing everything. This may be one too many Mr. Mime in here. Maybe one too many indeed. So hard to be avoiding. Even harder than the Sneasel, at least Sneasel is small, so you could technically be able to run away from it. Or avoid it. I see that I have at some point despawned some dudes up there because they snowers up the hill as well. Well, welcome back then. There we go. wonder how long are you gonna be staying there this time? Because sometimes you'll move very fast. Sometimes you don't want to be there for too long. Sometimes you will be there for hours upon hours. I still don't understand you though. How is it comfortable to be on top of the keyboard? Like it's you know, at least for me, not the nicest feeling thing. It's not like you do when you do your usual thing that you would be having your head a little bit above, because you like that. And your head is a little elevated. I haven't gotten a Pro controller. I might have used it few times though. The only problem that I will say that I have with a Pro controller is that since I have, you know, working things, I don't want to be really spending that amount of money on a controller. It is decently expensive. It is such a shame that every single time it is the case though, no matter what kind of controller it is like so expensive. Like I understand that it is, but why? And with controllers, it's even the thing that you can't buy a used one. Or, I mean, you can, but why would you? Because the thing is, if you ask me, if someone is selling their controller, it's already like gone. I mean, it also really depends, I guess, like how much you need to use it, because I know some people use like consoles as like way to be watching movies. If you just need to control that, I guess you can be doing that with a broken controller, or not that good one. But yeah. And the funny thing is, even because, like, if we talk about controllers in general... Nice! It is a very good one to be asking for a Christmas present, indeed. Nice, even a special one. Yo. And if we talked about controllers in general, it's so funny that you will be like paying like around 20 euros more to be getting a custom controller for Xbox. So why not to be getting the custom one? Because it's already like expensive. I mean, surely you need to be waiting the shipping time, but if you don't need it that badly. It's just ridiculous. Yeah. It's like a regular like Xbox controller saying like are around like 60 euros or something like that. And then you indeed be paying 20 more to be getting the custom one. So like it's not that bad. But yeah. Yeah. My problem with like getting like special edition like yeah, it's not really necessary, I know. But some people just prefer like in quotes an actual controller. And you know, each to their own. No judging. But yeah, I just have the bad. I always feel bad to be using like special edition things. This is the one that has the Animal Crossing one, but Animal Crossing Switch is one of the most common switches. Like as the special ones. But yeah, I just feel bad about using like special edition ones because then I just feel bad when I can be and when it gets, you know, broken. When I break it at some point. Jeez. Was there no option to be charging it? Because EU. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Why didn't you use the special one? It's the problem for me, like, with things that are like special editions. Indeed, I don't want to be using them. I don't want to be breaking it. Hello? Are you on the move? You gonna go? You're gonna go? Okay. You gave me a shock before you went. Okay, cool. It's not too shocking though. Yeah. The unfortunate thing about drifting though is that you can't really be doing anything for each. Like, at some point it's gonna be bad. What are you doing? Cat forgot that there is an actual opening. Cat is very smart right now. She's trying to do the usual thing that she does for us. Try to be getting underneath. Underneath something. But, you know, she's trying to do it for, like, very big stuffed bear. Yeah. Batteries go fast. What are you doing? Do you need help? There we go. Are you now good? Yeah. I'm not always full odds, but most of the time. I don't mind it myself. I think the cat has calmed down. I understand what she wants. I'm not gonna be helping you now because I know what you want to do and you can try. Like, I led her to be on the other side of this stuffed animal, but it was not good enough, so she wants to the other side. Silly. And the thing is that there would be opening to that side as well, but she doesn't understand that there is one. I'm afraid that she's gonna be stuck soon though. Oh no. Shiny Absol is very nice. Absol is a cool Pokemon, nonetheless though. I did mention it like at some point, I don't know, I don't remember when, but I did say that I would kind of wish that Absol would be getting a fairy form that would actually be doing like the things that it's said to be doing. Was it a fun adventure? It was a fun adventure, I see. Cats be silly. Lovely. Because I did say that we need kind of more like prankster Pokemon, so not just like fairy types that are prankster, having a prankster as an ability, but like actually being pranksters themselves. So that's why I thought it would be cool. Oh, you did you did buy both of them. Yeah, it isn't too long. The DLCs. They aren't really. Especially if you're like trying to get through them. I mean, I will say one thing that there is like only one tedious part about the DLCs that there is, in my opinion, and it's to be getting like enough points for the starters. That's like the only tedious part. Everything else is quite easy. And then again, now you have them, so you can play them whenever you want. Yeah. That is understandable as well. As I said, I might personally be buying it at some point for Scarlet as well, but we shall see though. But I guess the Scarlet one would be just I would be playing it on my own, while it would be on stream. Because the thing is that there unfortunately really isn't anything. Again, there is like almost nothing nothing in the differences between the two versions in general. Like there isn't too many version exclusives. And the version exclusives, I'm honestly not too interested in them in either of the DLC parts. Well, as I said, I will be at some point be going back, if not earlier than on 11th. Because there is new content coming up. Don't know too much about it, don't want to be knowing too much about it, I just know that there is gonna be new content on 11th. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. And the unfortunate part about it is that you can't really be refunding them. If it is in the physical copy, but I doubt that. I wonder is it even sold in stores, because I haven't seen it, like the Scarlet and Violet, the DLC pack, to be sold on or in stores. Then again, have I really been looking for them? Not really. And would I be having any use for them? No. No, I wouldn't. Yeah. But can't you be like battling the gym leaders though? And there is in the base game there is the tournament thing. And maybe there is when the new content is out. I doubt it, but there could be. It's not like they have yet stopped updating the game anyways. There's still a possibility. I kind of doubt that there would be a second DLC. Well, there technically is also possibility. There's always a possibility, but I kind of doubt that. Hello, Capuchu. Nice seeing you over here. Well, one thing that I would have been finding quite interesting if there would have been like a battle tower thing in Scarlet and Violet would have been like, especially if it would have been from the Indigo disc. Would it have been doing something to do with, you know, the things that they did have in Black and White? Like one being a tree and one being like a building thing. Because that would be fitting for the theme as well. One being from the future, one from being the past. But you never know, maybe there is. I will honestly say that I most of the time don't really be touching the battle things. As I said before, they're not my thing. As I said, I do be also understanding the appeal of them, but it's just not my thing. And it is interesting to see when people are doing cool things with battles, for sure. It is. Thankfully, there is a lot of things for everyone in Pokemon games. Especially nowadays. Because if you would really like to be starting to collect even more things, you would be collecting the smallest and the largest of each Pokemon. Does it really do anything? No, but it would be more things to collect. Same thing like with marks as well. Be trying to be getting every mark. Got you? No, it's a random one. Well, yeah, one thing I will say now that I think about it, since you know the Indigo disc is, you know, having very much of Unova vibes. It's like it's based there or anything like that. Of course, I understand like there's a lot of Unova Pokemons that are in there, but at the same time, if you know it is part of Unova, and they like build a special thing for each, why couldn't there be like more Pokemons from like other regions as well? There is a regional variance for sure. But there could have been like something that really isn't available, you know, in Unova too much to be found in there instead. You know, that is the only place that they have been finding there to be like an environment that they will be surviving in nicely. But I still don't really get it though. How do the starters work there? Because you need to buy them. Like the starters, they are not available in there. The starters, they are not available in there before you have purchased them. Like, do they just have, for some reason, unlimited amount of them, or what is going on? If they would be like closer to level 1, then you could be technically arguing that they have been breeding them. Yeah, it is indeed. Non-SOS hunt. Me doing their hunts sometimes. Not too much. don't know if it's the shortest full odds hunt, but I did get a shiny pumpkaboo in this sword in under 300 checks. That might be my longest, or not longest, my shortest. I mean, technically would be all the random ones, but I haven't been hunting them. And yeah, that doesn't happen too often though, that I will be having a short one in 4K hunts. One in 8K hunts can be short. It can be short, but interestingly, it's not like I'm using any more systems that I usually am. Usually only one location per hunt at a time. Might be switching games, yes. But it's usually only one indeed. Oh. I'm trying to think like what would be my... I think my shortest like one in 8K shiny has to be the Cyndaquil, but I don't remember what I was on there. I was only counting the resets, so technically, you know, it's 3 times that, the Pokemons that I have seen. Yeah, understandable. Even though it's, for me, a little bit weird to be hearing that. That's a good one to be fast on. Is the starter resets, they are not the nicest. Nice. Yeah, starter hunts are one of the ones that it's very nice to be fast on. Because they just usually have a very lengthy cutscene. Yeah, it also is available there. It's also available in there. It is always a rock gym that it's available in before because it's only available on Sword. It's not available in Shield. If I remember correctly, it's actually better chance in here. The best chance to be getting is indeed 5%. I'm pretty sure. Gonna check actually real quickly. Route H. It's also available in 5% in the hidden encounters. So it's no better than in here. And in here there is a Stone Churner as an option as well, which is not available on Route H. And that wouldn't be too bad to be getting either. And the same thing applies on Route 8 as in here, that only available in random encounters, not available at all from the overworld / visible ones. Unfortunately, since it is a pure ice type, there is no way to be increasing the encounter rate for it either. So it's nighttime the next time that I can get an encounter. There we go. It did happen this year. I did get an encounter indeed. Haven't seen today the quick law thing with Sneasel, by the way. Yet, still a chance to be singing today. Yeah, I was thinking to indeed be doing few phases, depending on how fast they are in here, then I indeed might be going back to snow slide slope for another phase. Be seeing a little bit different Pokemons there. It's not like it's gonna be changing anything anyways. The only thing that I really need to be remembering is to be getting a Pokemon with soundproof. That's the only thing. Because last time I did check, but then again I will be checking it again if I have misremembered that I need something. Because that is indeed always an option. But yeah, I will say one of the for sure things that I would be switching away from Roach and would be probably getting the Stone Journer. Because it's the only one that I'm really looking for in here. That would be, you know, cool to be getting in here. I know it's gonna be slower checks on the snow slide slope, but at least I can avoid like bear chicks. I can avoid them indeed. And then again, they might not be that bad checks at the end of the day. It's gonna be a decent amount that I will be checking that are not Darumaka there. I'm not gonna be only be encountering their Darumakas. Because otherwise I might be getting like 100 or 2 checked in one day, because they are 5% there as well. Hello. How are you doing? I'm doing quite fine, thanks for asking. I don't know. I might be doing another 100 more today. I'm soon done with the 800. I might be going to 900. Well, it really depends on if I get super hungry quickly, then I'll be ending because, you know, I want to reach. Eating is very good indeed. The reason why I kind of would like to do another 100 more because it would be quite nice to be getting into 500. Also be getting a few more checks on the nighttime ones as well. Unfortunately, the nighttime starts quite close. If I don't touch the settings, quite close when I'm ending usually. Because that is how it works. It would be quite hilarious still to be getting an ice cream in here as well. Would be absolutely hilarious because the first phase was indeed. First phase was indeed for the Galarian Darmagri was indeed ice cream. Same exact one. Because for whatever reason Vanillish. No, yeah, Vanillish is available in here instead of Vanillite. Like, at least make it like Vanillite would be available in the, like, in Rouge age. And no, there is also Vanillish there instead. Which is a little unfortunate. Is it cool to be seeing not base forms? Yes. But at the same time, there isn't usually too many areas for ice types in Pokemon games, so it would be nice if it would be available in routes as well. It's available indeed in wild areas, mostly through random encounters. at least in Ground Tundra. And then it's also available in the some of the water areas on the base game. I guess it couldn't really be surviving in the Isle of Armor, even though it can be held in never melt ice. So it would be never melting. So it could be, you know, there. What if they would have been making that only the ones that hold never melt ice would be available in the Isle of Armor? That would be interesting. That would be very interesting. Honestly, that would be kind of a cool idea. What if it actually would be the case that there would be a warm area in Pokemon games someday? And then Pokemon, ice Pokemon that are holding like never melt ice would be able to be there. Or it could be the case, I indeed mentioned it like quite some time ago, that in the nighttime there could be ice type Pokemon in. Indeed there. Indeed some desert areas, indeed. That's really do be getting quite cold. Maybe one day, maybe one day. You never know. Oh. Hello there. How you doing? Oh no, it's just an easel. I'll be encountering it at some point. Or it will be running into me more specifically. Is a more likely situation. They do be zooming and be very aggressive indeed. And I will still say that above the snow, once you have been hearing your cry many times, you still sound like a lawnmower. I kind of understand what it's trying to be, but for me, the only thing that I can hear it after a long time is lawnmower. I know you're 28%, but could you please? I'm asking nicely. There it is. A Sneasel. Another Sneasel? No. Sensshrew. Sensshrew instead. Might need to be moving somewhere else, so I'm not gonna be encountering the snowbird. That might be the case. I should be doing indeed. I did still risk it and go there. Oh. Are you deciding to show up? I will still say though that you are not shown enough today. Technically. Technically, I should have seen more of you. But hey, any amount is good amount. Then again, can I really be saying anything because I like almost never know how many authentic Sinistis I see when I hunt for age. Because I just don't know. I can't be bothered to be there for every single time for 5 minutes or more to be figuring it out. I mean, technically you could be getting to see the stamp very quickly, but it's more likely that you will be waiting for a little bit indeed, before you would be seeing it. I actually want to check out one thing. No. Run. Curious about one thing. There we go. So it was... What am I doing? I'm smart. Oh my god, there is... I hate those lists, by the way, when you're on mobile, that it goes like to side, or the tables. Tables. It's just sometimes so annoying to be getting out of there. there, please. There we go. Want to check out your team. I don't care about the ads. Yeah, I was thinking of one thing, since usually around like ghost gyms there is like either like some of the line, some from the line of late week, there is like those like lamps are based on them or like similar looking. But only one ghost specialist has used, I'm pretty sure, someone on the late week line on their team. And I'm not talking about rematches. Because none of the actual gym leaders themselves have used one. To be fair, there hasn't been too many after it was introduced, but still. Yeah, because the only like eye specialist that has used some of this chandelier line on their first team is Chantal or whoever it is, the Elite Four member in Unova. Because some have been using it on rematches, but I don't count them. But yeah, there hasn't been anyways a ghost gym in too many times in Pokemon games. There was on Chojo, there was on Shino, and then there's Galar and Paldea. They're the only ones. There's a bunch of ghost specialists for sure. A bunch of them are like Elite Four members. Or some other special characters. And yeah, there isn't really too many. But yeah, usually indeed around like Ghost Gym, like towns, there is the things shaped like usually Lampenge. They are not using them on the team then, on the first run at least. Because the Alistair is using it on this, like the second one. Or at least at some point. Then again, I will say that it's not like the Paldea one did have really a opportunity anyways. It was like late week was only introduced in the teal mask into the game. I will say that I'm a little bit surprised that it hasn't been used more. The late week line in like Ghost Specialist. So I don't really see a reason why not. I know that it can be like somewhat of an annoying Pokemon to deal with, but then again, there could be just a Ghost Specialist that is like more towards the end and it could be having it. It do be interesting indeed. It's not like Chandelier or Litwick in general. It's not like it hasn't been available in too many games. It is one of the Gen 5 Pokemon that has been decently available in. Now that I think about it, you know what would have been quite interesting to be seeing in Alola games? Every single one of the dudes that are Elite Four would have been using one form of Oricorio. I know that the types don't match. It could have been interesting. If like every single one of them would be having one form of Oricorio. I also know that Oricorio it is in the best Pokemon. Well, you know it deserves some love though. It's a cool one. It's a cool thing going for each. Can be changing the form. I will say that I do be kind of wishing that there would be more variety sometimes with the Pokemon that like Elite Four members and the gym leaders are using. Like, I'm fine with like some Pokemon to be repeated like bunch of times. At the same time, like there is still like other like okay-ish of whatever is the type. Why not to use them? Or like make it somewhat more usable, you know? Yes, that's also an option. To try and make it more usable indeed. Or it could be like, even if it would be like technically a bad Pokemon, in my opinion it could be like the first Pokemon, you know, that it sends out. Or like something like that. Especially it's the true with the gym leaders. It's not like they wouldn't be able to be having like few ones that are, you know, not the greatest. Because I will say that certain someone's grass gym on Paldea was quite easy because the base form grass types that was used, they weren't the best. Like, I think it would have been quite cool to be having Dolly there. Imagine that, having Dolly there. I mean, I will say though, Sudowoodo was... It wasn't really too tough, but it was definitely a step up from the first two. It's definitely a step up from the first two, indeed. More Darumacas, let's go. Yeah. I will say though, of course, like I understand that the first few generations of like gym leaders, like what did have as Pokemon, same the Elite Four, they were like actually bad. There weren't any, or there weren't any, but there was very few like good teams. But then again, it was a lack of Pokemon on certain types, so you know, understandable. But then again, couldn't have they just, you know, made a... not made a gym leader of that type, or just have more Pokemons of that type. It is nice that, like, nowadays you see less and less repeats of Pokemons because there's just so many options. But then again, the thing is, there is more options. Is it still a thing that certain types in certain regions are like nowhere to be found? Yeah. But I just think that it's always gonna be like that though. For example, ice type. It's probably gonna be, if we don't get a cold-based region, ice type is always gonna be like quite a rare type. I don't really see it changing. As cool as it would be to be seeing it more. As cool as it would be to see more of it, indeed. I kind of doubt it. They run away. Thank you. Large. But yeah, I was thinking that maybe I would be continuing these tomorrow. No promises, of course, but it is a possibility. Let's see, how do I feel like, or what do I do feel like doing tomorrow? Then, of course, on Saturday we'll be doing some Dynamax adventures. To be maybe hitting very close numbers to 300 checks on Eveltal, which is the odds indeed. Yeah, we'll be doing that indeed. It's gonna be interesting nonetheless. Whatever it is going to be. Indeed, when we do be going for Eveltal. Of course I do be hoping for a lot of wins there. Of course. 10 to 15 would be very nice. Be very nice indeed. Currently they're at 265. Yeah, because I did get 15 successful ones indeed last time. Which is, you know, decent. Decent. A decent amount of work to be done in more or less 7 hours. At least 6.5. Decent indeed. Indeed, next time that I will be hunting on Mount Lanakila, will it be tomorrow, will it be whenever we'll be most likely be able to hit 8k then. I'm pretty sure, and after that of course I would be hitting double the odds. Happy fella, I see how it is. Happy fella indeed. Be dancing, I would wish it would be smiling, honestly. Not doing whatever it's doing. Imagine if it would be smiling. Would be quite nice. Very nice indeed. More happy fellas. Yo. Let's go. Another pressure? How dare you? Imagine if pressure would actually be always be taking some of your moves powers or power points. I'm running out of moves. Oh no. Anyway. Whatever shall I do? Come on, Sojourner, I believe in you. I believe that we can find you indeed. I believe I can find you in a little under 30 encounters. At least once. I believe I can get that lucky to be finding a true percentage in that time. So don't let me down. Don't let me down indeed. Be very sad if I wouldn't be finding you. Sojourner, it is a very interesting Pokemon indeed. Donest could have been getting like a past form now that I think about it. Like a paradox form. I have talked about it so many times how I would be wishing that we would be having a Pokemon that would be covered in moss. It could be working for that. And it could be, you know, that it's not really moving too much when it's in like the past paradox Pokemon form. And that is definitely how to describe it. It is indeed. But yeah. It could be interesting. I wouldn't be moving too much if it would be indeed the paradox Pokemon. Because, you know, it's mossy. And that could like be the reasoning why the Sojourner that we usually see is not mossy, because, you know, it's moving. Is it making the most amount of sense? Absolutely not. But it's at least, you know, something. I would have liked to say it's like the futuristic thing for Ice Cube, but unfortunately already do be having Iron Bundle. And you know, that would be basically each. That's what I would be having in mind for it. Like, it would be too similar to each. Maybe it could be doing something like it could have like become like water type when it's in the paradox form. For the reason being because, you know, ice melts. And instead of being an ice cube for the head, it could be like a water bubble, kind of like what, kind of like what the spider has with its head. And why, like what that would be having. Or I don't know why, but that just makes me think, oh, like, let's not make that, but let's make it like an For whatever reason, an astronaut themed one. The very futuristic astronaut penguin. Interesting. It is definitely a... It's definitely a Pokemon idea. It most definitely is. Yeah, come on, Stonejourner, though. I believe you can be still found in here. We're not impossible to be found. At least the Darumaka is still showing up, though. 4 times in a row. The last 4 ones would be also just Darumakas. It would be absolutely hilarious if it would be like that, because the first 4 and then the last 4 would be all Darumakas. I kind of doubt it, but anything's possible though, if you believe. Oh, there the Stonejourner is. Let's go. You'll love to see the Stonejourner. Back-to-back Stonejourners, though. Would be insane. But I wouldn't be saying no to that. It's taking its sweet time to be appearing, whatever it is. It is not back-to-back Stonejourners. There we go. But I was indeed able to be finding it in the about 30 that I did want it to be found in. I did believe in that. Would I have doubt the stone churner? Never would I ever. Mount Lanakila. Are you saying we have another day with you? I think it might be the case indeed. There's still a few more chances though. But it's seeming like it may or may not be another day indeed in there. Let's see. Stone Journer question mark. I hope I don't again be ending with Abominous. No, I would be wishing it to be something else instead. Something other than Abominous Snow to be ending today on. And of course you're gonna be the only one that shows up. Hey. I thought I was about to be attacking because I heard that I was going down the menu twice. Okay, it's not just at least Abominous Snow still the end. There's at least a bear tick there. I hope the next one in there will be a little bit rarer because it's gonna be the final one. Let's see. Nothing there, I'll be adding those already. But let's see. The final ones indeed. In Ultra Moon it is a Glalie. Please don't be an Abominous, no. Thank you. Wasn't anything rarer though, because this is literally the most common one in here. Yeah. Thank you so much for watching and sticking around indeed. As I said, I might be continuing this tomorrow. We shall see. But yeah, have a great rest of the day. Remember to take care of yourselves. Remember to do everything you need to do today. Remember to do what you need to do as well. Rest well. Yep. I'll see you guys indeed when I do be going next. Until then, bye!